Thank you, Hot Rod, for making your way up. Hot Rod, Hot Rod. You should be coming to 1 and 2 if you're not already here. Hot Rod. 1, 2, stock, short standby. Hot Rod, 1 and 2, stock. You are on a standby. Welcome if you're tuned in online. Bunch of you on there already. Text your friends. Tell them it's time to go racing here at Darana Raceway in Milan, Michigan. Day 1 of race number 2. We had an amazing day of racing here yesterday afternoon. Congratulations to all the winners last night. Thank you to IHRA for the phenomenal dinner last night. Chicken, meatloaf, mashed potatoes, more desserts than you could want. Thank you for taking care of us. So far, there's been no fear of me being hungry. I do believe yesterday, Brian's Burgers, the stand out there, has got breakfast sandwiches. Breakfast sandwiches and some biscuits and gravy and all kind of stuff over there. So if you're needing a little bit of nourishment this morning or all day, I'll tell you, got introduced to them at Columbus. And if you want the best I hate to even refer to it as track food. Say the best track food. I don't know what that's saying. It's phenomenal food. Homegrown beef. All hand done. No frozen patties. No frozen Bubba Burger patties from Walmart. Delicious food, and they have breakfast this morning, I believe. They did yesterday, so I'm going out on a limb and telling you that they got it again today. I see my starting line guys out there with some breakfast sandwiches, so trying to make sure everybody gets taken care of, and I hear engines pulling into the water box. So here we go with your one and only time shot for Hot Rod. Dwayne Daleski, 72 Cutlass. Right side of the race car. Right side. What is this? Oh, that's a racetrack. Left side. Kevin Sanders, the Boogie Lights lime green Mustang. It blends right in with the walls. We lose it when it's sitting here on the starting line. Sanders out of Louisville, Kentucky. And the first pair down. Daleski goes 10.94. Sanders went 11.03. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need our stockers. Stock to 3 and 4. Stock to 3 and 4 for your one and only qualifier this morning. Bill Whitnauer and Pete Maduri. Whitnauer on the right side out of Crestwood, Kentucky. Maduri out of North New York. 90 Cavalier over here on the left side. Whitnauer, the Fox Body Mustang. Maduri 21 up front. Whitnauer a little bit red. They're going to be dialed pretty tight though. Maduri goes 10.91. Whitnauer 10.97, going to pick up the pace a little bit on Tigger. Maduri set up. 10.91, 21 up front. Rudy Matthews. Jordan Odoms. Odoms going to be on the left side of the racetrack in the S10. Matthews. Good looking 69 Camaro over on the 6 week side of the racetrack. He's 14 red as well. It must be in the coffee this morning. Odoms was 45 up front. Pace 11.29. Jordan a little off the pace, 11.04, not far off the pace. Jim Unum and Robbie Ballard. Ballard 79.4 high. Right side Unum in the Beretta. All right, officials down there checking out down track. We'll be back at it in just a moment. All right, the drivers get their signals to refire. Robbie Ballard and Jim Unum. An offer for a fresh burnout, but they say, we good. Oh, Ballard already on top of his game. 006 up front. And dead on with a 6. 12 total for Ballard right out of the gate this morning. Unum was trip, zip, red. 11:39 off the pace. Bill Edwards and Mitchell Hinton. Hinton. Second gen Camaro over here on the left side. Edwards. Your runner-up last night over there on the right side in the 88 Mustang. Hinton 008 on the tree. Edwards 004 red on the tree. Hinton goes 1094. Edwards 1088.6. I remember both these from yesterday. Phil Smida, right side. 88 Cavalier, left side. Corey Hansen out of Brighton. Brighton. I'll get it right, maybe. 64 Chevy 2 wagon over here on the left side of the racetrack. Light for Smida, 24 for Hansen. They both go down the racetrack, and Smida goes 1092. Hansen 1096. Again, Stock. Stock Eliminator, you should be in 3 and 4. Stock 3 and 4. That means Quick Rod, you're on standby. Stock 3 and 4. Harold Thompson and Scotty Reinshield. Reinshield made the semifinals last night in the Corvette. Thompson went several rounds in that IHRA over here on the left side out of Waterford, Michigan. Thompson got in too far. Shows it red. Reinshield was 003, red, 1094. Lots of red lights this morning. Everybody up on the wheel. Dennis in the right lane. 80 Starfire, 006 red. 1087-1. Carl Trader. In that 69 Nova went 1093, 8, 143 mile an hour, 44 up front. Brian Horton and Steve Ionicus. Ionicus, second gen Camaro over here on the left side of the racetrack, and the square body G-Body Malibu on the right side out of Walbridge, Ohio for Horton. Horton with a very nice pass. He's 004 up front, 1089 with a 7 on that 1090. So just 3 thou under the index and 4 thou from perfect on the starting line. Ionicus went 1086.7 and was 13 on the tree. Last night's winner, Kenny Underwood, right side of the racetrack. Left side, Mike Ruzicka, 70 Duster out of Ohio. Underwood was 14 on the reaction time. It goes 1080. Pretty deep under that number. Left lane, Ruzicka, 1088 with a 3. 57 on the bulb. Next pair up, Alex Miller, Sean Pitts. Quick rod to the lanes. Quick rod to the lanes, please. How about a 008 light for Alex Miller? Goes 1086.4. Sean Pitts, 012 on the tree, 1086.3. Guys and gals are going to be on it today. You got one shot at it. Make the most of it. Looks like Gage Birch with a backup vehicle over there, the Camaro on the right side. I believe the little man inside his engine wanted out yesterday. So he's parked the Ranger and stepping into a Camaro. Left side, Frank Jenkins. Jenkins, 63 Le Mans. Well, the change didn't seem to bother Gage too much. He's 14 on the tree. 1080 with a 7. Definitely got something to work with. Jenkins head on with a 6 on the dial in there. Goes 1090 with a 6 on the 1090. Moving right along into stock. Quick Rod, we need you. Stock, Mike Sheehan and Jim Cakel. Cakel over here on the left side, E-Stock automatic. L automatic for Sheehan, the 88 Mustang on the right side. Cagle goes 1086 on his 12 flat base. Sheehan goes 1202 on the 13 base. This is stock, so they have a base index off of what the car was supposed to be when it was original. Factory horsepower numbers, they got to have all kind of stuff that matches the specifications and of what the car was brand new. When you cut lights like a 002 there for Downing, that's a good way to start. 002 on the tree, 1063 on his 1210 base. The left lane was Scott Bartlett. That 79 Oldsmobile went 1199 on his 1315 base number. Paul Boster and Bruce Boyle. Left side of the racetrack, 89 IHRA. I stock automatic, J stock automatic for Boster. Over there on the right side, the Cutlass. Both those guys doing a great job. Boyle, 51 on the tree, 1138 on his 1260. Boster, 31 up front, 1147 on the 1275. Base index there for Boster. Roy Dean and Vance Cummins. Something about this Dodge I really like. I don't know, I guess it's the American paint job, but it's really nice. 12 flat there, left side. And then, real classic, interesting, cool paint job there on the right side for Roy Dean. 1435 for the 67 Belvedere. Cummins was 42 on the reaction time, 11:15 on his 12 flat. Roy Dean, 14:29 on the 14:35 for the Belvedere. Harold Thompson on the right side. He's a little red. Camaro on the left side goes green, 41 on the starting line bolt. 1087. Scott Killinger and Bobby Lundum head down the racetrack. The Nova, 9 on the reaction time there for Lundum. Nice starting line, 11:37 on his 12:45. 10:02 for Killinger. Steve Tukolsky and Denny Hillman. I got to ask him how many RPM that car turns when he leaves the line. He slams the loud pedal down, and I mean, it goes to the moon. He lets go of the clutch. It's wild. That's the Camaro on the left side. Tukolsky, Richfield, Ohio, 66 Chevy 2. Hillman was a little red up front, goes 11:64 on his 12:50 base. Tukolsky, 40 on the tree, 10:72 on his 11:80 number. Nice hit there for Stevie T. Brent Derrick and Michael Hours. Hours, the Diggers Demon over here on the left side. 71 Dodge Demon out of Xenia, Ohio, 1240 the number. Brent Derrick, 94 Camaro. 1150 is base for the B-Stocker. Derrick was 27 up front, 1038 out the back. Hours was 17 red, 1126, 116 mile an hour for the I. Car, the Demon. Nathan Riley and Steve Zorny. Gosh, Turner, you should say, after as many times as I said it yesterday, you'd think I'd have it right by now. Zorny was your actual winner in stock last night in the K-Stock Automatic Dodge Dakota. J Automatic for Riley over on the right side of the racetrack. Really good on the starting line for both racers. Zorny, 18 on the tree. Riley, 28 on the tree. 1188 with a 9 for Zorny. Riley off the pace. 1402 at only 48 miles an hour. All right, going to go down there and hit the top end a little bit, do a little starting line touch-up. Stockers can be pretty rough on a starting line. A lot of clutch cars. These clutch cars are fun to watch, I'm sure fun to drive, but they are menacing to the starting line. They create little spots there that, because they hit the tire so hard instantly that it sometimes does bad things to the starting line. So
then how come you haven't back?
mass traction on the property. Kyle Lang and crew down there on the starting line, making sure everything is just right. Good morning, Kyle Lang. Making sure everything's just right for every racer that goes down. We got some compliments on y'all yesterday on the live feed. Hats off to our starting line and track crew. I'll say they mostly have about the hardest job on the property. You got to go out there, watch every car, make sure they're not dripping, leaking, something hanging off of them. Then somebody decides to oil stuff down. They got to clean all that up. It's rough work. It's hot work. So big hats off, big thank you to the starting line and track crew here at Darana. I know every racer appreciates you, and even online they're going, man, y'all got a great starting line crew. So, and that's a fact. If you are still at home and still going, I wonder how this whole IHRA thing is going to work out, you're missing your best opportunities right now. In the immortal words of Disco Dean, you better get on. And I won't finish the rest of it because we're, a family-friendly organization. But it's brilliant, yes. Get on while you can get on. Fields this weekend are, I'd say, double what they were 2 weeks ago in Columbus. I'd say in Columbus, in another month, they'll be double again. Because word is getting around that the IHRA is for real. Darana Dragway here at Milan, Michigan. Darana Raceway in Ohio. Taking care of the racers, taking care of the fans. quick rod coming into the water box. Time to ready to rock and roll again. Kill the music, turn up the RPMs. Going into our quick rod category, 890 the dial in or the index. 4/10 Pro Tree, they leave heads up together. And it's the closest to 890 without going under. It's like the Price is Right. No, that can't go over. Closest to the number without going under. It's really first to the finish line without going under. That's the way it actually is. First to the finish line without going under. Unfortunately, I believe at the very far end of the racetrack, the sky might be crying a little bit. I might have to find that Stevie Ray Vaughan song. The sky is crying. Can you feel the tears roll down my nose? So we're going to have a little break. We're sending Quick Rod back to their trailers. Everybody covering up their stuff. Now it's dry at the starting line, but at the big end it looks awfully hazy from here. So sending cars back to the trailers. So we're going to be off for a few minutes. And we'll keep you abreast of the situation. drips. It will make things go smoother, and we are going into quick rod. I need super stock. Super stock to the lanes. Rock Haas and Pat DeBottis. DeBottis over here on the left side of the racetrack. Haas also with a matching Corvette racing in another class. Beautiful cars there out of the Haas camp. DeBottis on the left, Haas on the right, 890 the index. This is quick rod time trial. They are shooting for a 890 to light back up on the board down there. Now, if you're just getting here and you don't understand what the heck's going on, you see the cars in these classes, they leave under full power. Then they fall onto a throttle stop that slows them down or lets them roll along. So they're not broken. There's nothing wrong with them. They leave under full power. They move a foot or two and then they click back off. And they're rolling under partial power. They shift into high gear. That way they have full power to cut the light. Then they go on a stop. That stop clicks the power way back. They roll along, then it comes back on in order to make the car make the pass at that 890 number. 8.90 seconds. From here to the quarter-mile mark, they are racing all the way to the quarter in quick rod. The rod classes are the only ones that use that throttle stop, so it's different looking racing, no doubt. It is very difficult and very technical to get these cars go 8.90 seconds at 185 miles an hour. That last pair, Pat DeBottis on the left side went dead on with a 9. When I say that, that means he went 8.90. And he had a 10 reaction time. This pair, Steve Taylor on the right side, 19 for the reaction time. 8.93, 174. Tony Elrod was in the left lane, 33 on the reaction time, 8.939. So almost identical ETs. This is a time trial. The next time you see him out will be an elimination. Lane, 15 reaction time, dead on with a 4. So he goes 8.904 at 185 mile an hour out the back. Jamie Elrod and Chris Fields. Fields on the left side, 1997 Advanced Dragster. With the upswept headers, both of them with upsweeps. Personally, I like that. You see those mufflers pointing towards the sky, called upswept. They're both really good on the starting line. The Outlaw is 007, goes 895. Fields on the left side, 14,892. Troy Williams and Steve Fields. Fields over here on the left side. Williams, 2013 Phantom out of Bradenton, Florida. Williams is 002 for reaction. Steve Fields, 34 on the reaction time. 872, 170 miles an hour. Got to slow that one down. Can't go quicker than 8.90 in this quick rod category. Next pair waiting, Tyler Schneider going to be on the left side. Kendra Reinshield, the Fast Lube Dragster, on the right side. I was talking about upswept headers on some of those dragsters. You see how these are all go sort of down towards the track or straight out the back versus the ones that go up in the air. Just personal preferences for different folks. Flat, 167 mile an hour, 894. The ET for Schneider over on the left side of the racetrack, 177 mile an hour. Bill Jackson in the scratcher over there on the right lane, Bob Prose. Honey Creek Collision in Terre Haute, Indiana. They do some beautiful work on their race cars for sure. Beautiful paint jobs. And that's just one of them out of the pros camp out of Terre Haute on the left side. Jackson out of Mansfield, Ohio, over on the right side of the racetrack. Bob Prose was 11 on the tree, 897, 883 mile an hour. Bill Jackson was 33 reaction time, 892, 174 miles an hour. Next pair up, Tony Collier going to be on the left side, the 2018 McIlvain Dragster out of Delaware, Ohio. Right side with the half-track burnout, Tisha Wilson, Salisbury, North Carolina, 2023 Race Tech Dragster. Meanwhile, Collier, 35 on the reaction time, 8.880 on the seconds, 183 mile an hour. Rick Carver coming at you here from the tower. I appreciate the opportunity. Everybody, thank you for giving it on online. The numbers online keep going up. Everybody enjoying that free live feed. If you can't be here close by, it's a good way to watch. If you can be close by, there's nothing like seeing it in person. We are going in. Moved right into Superstock. I looked away for a second, and here I got door cars on the racetrack. Superstock goes down the racetrack. Richard Rogers and Jaden Deach. Deach went 10-18. Richard Rogers, 884, 154 mile an hour for the 2014 Cobra Jet. Here's another Cobra Jet out of Sikeston, Missouri. Randy Eakins, left side of the racetrack. Right side, Larry Eagle. Eagle in the 91 Olds Calais. Base number 1030. So believe it or not, that Eagle is supposed to be, the Calais is supposed to be quicker than the Cobra Jet. Super Rod, Super Rod, Super Rod, we need you to the lane, Super Rod. John Nekjaporek. I think I might have got it right. Porchik. Nekjaporchik. That was it. Nekjaporchik. I got it. I got help with this one last night. John Nekjaporchik and Joe Buchanan. Buchanan, the 6-cylinder Mustang on the right side. And that thing's going to go low 10s with a 6-cylinder in it. Nekjaporchik goes 952. 138 miles an hour, and like I said, Buchanan, 1036, 128 mile an hour out of a 6-cylinder Mustang. Super Rod, Super Rod, Super Rod, we need you please, Super Rod. Richard Mace, right side the Corvette. Aaron Russell, left side the GTE automatic Camaro. J automatic, base number 4 Mace, 1130. Russell, 1040 on the left side. Now, if you're familiar with Superstock, you understand what's going on. If you're not familiar with Superstock, you got no idea. Goes down 10-18. Big wheels up launch there for Russell. Mace, 1163 for that 90 Corvette. Gonna have to dial that one down. Your number 1 qualifier at both races at Columbus and yesterday. Earl Rowe in the right side, 1155 for the Camaro. One of the super coolest cars on the property. H. Adkins over here in the 69 AMX on the left side of the racetrack, 1020. Base number for the B Super Stocker on the left side. The K automatic on the right side of Roll. Tree, 1014. Going to be right there at the top of the ladder again, I can guarantee it. A.H. Atkins goes 9:09 in the AMX at 144 miles an hour for that little car. Daryl Chiaravino. And Randy running. I haven't seen that one there this weekend, I don't think. 92 Achieva. Maybe I haven't, didn't notice, but I think I noticed every one. I got to say them all out loud. Chiaravino. 67 Camaro on the left side. Gonna go somewhere around that 10 flat number. Goes 1016 128 mile an hour. Running 948, 126 mile an hour for the Achieva. Chris Lozon and Aaron Allison. Allison, 85, what is that? That's a Cavalier. Right side, the 92 Achieva of Lozon. I think made it to the finals last night. Allison was a little late on the starting line, goes 906. 149 mile an hour. Lozon picked up exactly where they were yesterday. 001 reaction time. 985, 133 miles an hour for the Achieva. Next pair up, Rodney Worrell. 2016 Cobra Jet over here on the left side of the racetrack. Factory Superstock B car. Right side, Mark Nowicki. 98 Dodge Avenger. Factory GT car, 1080 for the 950 of Worrell. Nowicki lays 3,000 too soon. Worrell was 26 on the tree, goes 931 on his 950 index. 964 the ET for that Avenger. Next pair up, Zach running over on the right side of the racetrack. 90 Calais. Chris Ruzicka, 2014 Cobra Jet. I see the guys with the mops out there entirely too much. Make sure you wipe those cars off good, folks. Bring a rag with you and get it again when you get in the staging lane. Running was 38 on the tree, 947, 140 mile an hour in that Calais. The Cobra Jet goes down the racetrack quite nicely. 22 on the let go, 913. 148 mile an hour for Ruzicka. George Wright, Mike Fuller. Fuller over here on the left side in that really beautiful looking 13 Mustang. SN95 model. That is a 96 Mustang out of Carlton, Michigan. George Wright. Is 11 on the tree, 994, 135 mile an hour there for that orange Mustang on the right side. Left side, 1017, 131 mile an hour for Fuller. Matt Obertanik. Left side, out of Tarentum, PA, 2013 wired up Cobra Jet. Oh, on the right side of the racetrack, another Cobra Jet. That is the factory GTD car of Jimmy Ronzello. Varsity Ford emblazoned down the side of it. 1020 the base number for Ronzello, 950 for Obertanik. Obertanik was better on the tree. went 9,1248 miles an hour. Jimmy Ronzello, 935, 144. This is qualifying, not elimination. So, folks, you're seeing them leave together. When they race later, this class and stock will be staggered when they start. So one will take off before the other based on their dial-ins. John Fretch and Matt Daddis. Daddis was your super stock winner back in Ohio, and I think made it to the finals last night. John Fretch, over here the Fretch Racing 83 Z28 on an 1135 for the GTL automatic. GTH automatic for the wheel standing Sunfire of Daddis. And you'll see why these guys will go many rounds. Daddis was 009 up front, 999 for the ET. Fretch, 1079, 31 on the reaction time. And that should be final call for Super Rod. Super Rod, if you're not here, you're late. Super Rod.
Know if you say 4 or Stafford, I know the thing. Yeah, don't feel like you gotta correct yourself. I know I don't. Programs the video board, no?
All right, attention in the pits, top sportsman to the lanes, please. Top sportsman to the lanes, please. Jacob Elrod, Vince Grejor. Grejor, the 55 Bel Air out of Lakeview, New York. Beautiful car here on the left side. Elrod, one of 6 race cars they have here this weekend. Pulling multiple duties. He actually won top sportsman last night in another Corvette, and runs this one in Super Rod. Super Rod is 990 index. Also, attention in the pits, top dragster, top sportsman, top dragster, top sportsman, top dragster. We need you both. Let's start rolling this way. Elrod was 10 up front, 988 with a 9. Grejor, 15 up front, 989 with a 0. Both those cars are going to be absolute top contenders. This is Super Rod, 990 index. They can be a door car, they can be a left-hand steer roadster, they can't be a dragster. Or an open wheel altered. They have to be one of those two, and they can have a throttle stop, and they can go 990. Mark Harmon on that left side was a little bit early, went 008 red, 998 with a 6. Right lane, 25 for Gage Birch. Went 987, 144 mile an hour on the right side. Next pair up, Steve Theodore, Ron Loper. Theodore had a 10 reaction time, 984, 168 mile an hour. Ron Lower was 20 on the tree, 989, 165 miles an hour. Chris Goebel going to be on the left side, the 89 Reliant K. I do not recall Reliant K's looking like that. Pat Martin, 27 Davis Roadster on the right side. Martin was 008 red. Goebel was 51 on the tree. Goebel goes 987, 152 miles an hour, 994 and 167 for Martin. On the reaction time, 985, 167 mile an hour. Rich Pico in that Corvette was 11 up front, 982 out the back. Top Sportsman, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster. We need you both. Top Sportsman, we need you. Top Dragster, we need you. Paul Richardson, Tom Diamond in the 27 Ford. Richardson, 68 Camaro. Richardson let go 3 10,000s too soon, was triple 03 red. Diamond was 007 green, 987, 162 mile an hour. Richardson was on the wrong side of the Christmas tree, but on the right side of the index, 996. Jeff Smith and the Mini Cooper of Ricky Atkins. Adkins was 3 thou on the red side, 987, 152 mile an hour. Jeff Smith goes dead on with an 8, 990 with an 8, 157, and with a 15 reaction time. That's a tough one to beat right there. Rock Haas, I mentioned his dragster earlier. Here is the door car. Some call it a door car, you call it a roadster, whatever you want to call it. I'm calling it beautiful. Dave Fields, 90 Calais over here on the left side of the racetrack. On the Christmas tree for Dave Fields, 994, 155 miles an hour. Rock Haas let go 14, 997 with a 9. We are going to go right back into some awesome eliminations when first round comes up not too long from now. John Sickish and Bob Probst. There's another one of those Probst machines with that beautiful paint job. 20 Chevrolet Camaro Roadster. Right side, the 63 Corvette Roadster out of Belmont, Ohio for Sickish. Sickish was 42 on the tree, went 998, 172 miles an hour. Pros, 12 up front, 987. Pros went many rounds yesterday. And going to be set up to do it again today when you let go 12. You got room down there at the big end. Goes 987, 160 mile an hour. And the last car out, Steve Fields. 2000 Trans Am out of Carlton, Michigan. Fields lets go 21 on the reaction time. 992, 252 miles an hour for Steve Fields. Racers, your ladders will be posted at Tech and at the green. I know that doesn't, narrow it down much. There's a bright green trailer in the staging lanes right before you come around the corner onto the track. So that bright green Darana Dragway trailer will have the ladders on it for stock and super stock. Scott Killinger, your #1 qualifier in stock. And like he's been every time so far this season, Earl Rowe, your #1 qualifier in super stock. Even numbers in both classes, so #1 gets to race first round. $18 in stock, $24 in super stock. That you have wiped out, dried off every inch of your race car before you bring it up, and maybe have your crew check it again while it's in the staging lanes. All right, here we go. Top sportsman qualifying. Mike Savoya and Gerald Jones. You want to know how those air gauges disappear? That's how they disappear. Had a couple people lose air gauges this weekend already. Kyle Lang just has to run out and retrieve one off the starting line that fell off the back end of Gerald Jones' car. Mike Savoya, Tipton, Michigan, 2017 Dodge Dart. Right lane, RJ Race Cars, Pontiac Grand Am of Jones. Looks to be a Bickle car here for Savoya on the left side. Savoya was 009 on the reaction time. Goes 464 on only 150 mile an hour. Clicked it off early. And Gerald Jones was 18 on reaction time, 451, 156 mile an hour. Dennis Klein. Dennis Klein on the right side, out of Athens, Alabama, in the Beretta. James Hayes, your runner-up, was 00 red in the finals last night in Top Sportsman. 58 Corvette, Troy, Ohio. Klein went 440. .162 mile an hour there for Klein. James Hayes, 463.1, 152 mile an hour. It went 465, dead on 3 times in a row yesterday afternoon. So he's right there on that same number again. Ken Langlois out of Milan, Michigan, about 3 miles from here. Right side, Mike Badia. Badia made it down to about 4 cars last night. Left lane, that's one of those Profab cars. Right lane, that is a Jerry Haas build chassis. This is Top Sportsman. They are 8th mile, so they are going to that first set of double blocks you see out there, 660 feet down the racetrack. When they race again, they will put a dial in on them, so they will be a little bit staggered on the start, but they will be real tight. Batty goes forward for 3,661 mile an hour in 009 on the reaction time. Langlois was 29 on the tree, 452, 155. David Mullins, Haas 92 Lumina over here on the left side of the racetrack. And that beautifully painted up Glasser Racing 68 Firebird on the right side out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky for Aaron Glasser. That's his old motor car. They got another one over there at the pit that's got a 959 and 6 stages of nitrous on it. That one's just on the motor, 474. 489 for David Mullins in the Lumina. Jimmy Fallon, a 68 Camaro. It promised that car yesterday and had to back it out. Pat DeBonis, the 2000 Dodge Dakota here on the left side of the racetrack. Jimmy Fallon in that silver 68 blown car goes 67 on the reaction time, 1,277 miles an hour. Left side for DeBonis was 004 on the tree, 8,642 miles an hour. Killer Brooks and Gary W. Wojnowski. I'll go with that. New entry for the weekend. Out of Medding, Ohio. 2009 Cobalt over here on the right side, left side. Right side, Killer Brooks, 92 Z24. Wojnowski, 438, 162 mile an hour, 65 on the let go. Brooks was a little tardy, but goes 451, 155 miles an hour. Lester Johnson, out of my neck of the woods. Cynthiana, Kentucky. 58 low slung flat hood Corvette. The Coltrane. Sleek and black, beautiful car for Lester Johnson. Johnson goes 440, 160 mile an hour. That Corvette is one slick ride, 35 on the reaction time. 166 mile an hour out the back. Brian Richardson and Ronnie Proctor. Pretty sure Proctor made it all the way to the semifinals last night in that 09 Mustang over here on the left side of the car, left side of the racetrack, going 420s. Right side, Brian Richardson, 03 Pontiac Grand Am out of Woodburn, Indiana. I bet Proctor goes 426 in the left lane. What do you think? Actually 422, 168 mile an hour, 16 reaction time for Proctor. Right back on the game. Richardson was 14 on the tree as well. 481, 145 mile an hour, last night's winner. Jacob Elrod. The Pro Charged 63 Corvette over here on the left side going 450s. Alex Miller. 97 Cutlass on the right side, another one of those old school looking Pro Stockers. You know why Elrod won last night? 003 on the tree right there, 448. Alex Miller was absolutely no slouch there, 15 on the let go, 495, 140 mile an hour. Next pair through the burnouts, Bill Yates. 68 Camaro on the right side out of Newark, Ohio. Another one of those Profab built cars. RJ Race Cars built. 97 Camaro of Jerry Albert out of the Jakes camp. 007 light for Yates. I believe he told me they had a transmission issue yesterday. Got that one straightened back out. 007, 435 for the right lane. .430 at 165 for Jerry Albert over on the left side. 19 on the reaction time. Going right straight into top dragster. Dickie Smith, Pro Charged 2018 Race Tech on the left side. Ricky Molnar, right side out of Seville, Ohio, 16 American Dragster. I suspect we're going to see Smith go 4 flat here on the left side of the racetrack. I think I said Dickie Smith was going to go 4 flat. Look at the scoreboard. 4-0-0 with an 8. And 007 up front. Ricky Molnar was a little tardy on the starting line. Goes 454, 151 miles an hour. Kevin O'Brien. Right side of the racetrack out of Lewisburg, West Virginia. And Tim Kish. Kalamazoo, Michigan. The 32 Bantam. With what to me looks like a Whipple on top of that thing. That's a cool setup in that roadster, and he went many, many rounds yesterday. Oh, and Kish is 005 up front. 462 at the back, 150 miles an hour, 163 mile an hour, and 428 for O'Brien. Dennis Brown and Dan Davies. Davies going to be on the right side out of White House, Ohio. As you watch these top dragster cars, you're going to see some of the most unique combinations you possibly have ever seen on a dragster. You see blow-through setups with Pro Chargers that are crank driven. You see side slinger setups blowing into the top through a carburetor. You see fuel injection. There's even one here got 4 turbos on it. Brown was 009 red. Davies was 006 red. That right lane went 404, 175 miles an hour. Left lane for Brown, 009 red up front for 171 mile an hour and 4.18 seconds. Chris Ruzicka on the left side of the racetrack. And I think a new entry for the weekend, that is Frank Brink. Frank the Tank Brink. I don't know. 2023 American Dragster out of Avonmore, PA. That's going to be on the right side of your racetrack. Traditional top of the engine blower here on the left side for Ruzicka. Might have been Frank's first shot at the track, but he's double. He's 004 on the tree, 453, 151 miles an hour. Ruzika, 434, 161 mile an hour, 21 on the reaction time. Patrick Foster, Rick Schneider. Schneider on the left side with the blower. Foster over on... Sorry for the little tiny pause. They're getting ready for opening ceremonies at 2:30 this afternoon, coordinating with the TV guys and all that fun stuff. So I had to take just a quick break, but we are back at it. That was Tony Elrod and Chris Schneider. Schneider went 4:34. 32 on the starting line. Elrod was 11 red, 391. Left side, Jeff Smith. Right side, Chris Stein. Stein, another one of those side-mounted setups. And I don't see a power adder here on the Smith machine, so I'm saying he's going straight motor heads up. Smith, 009 green for Stein. Stein goes 402, 179 miles an hour in the right lane. Left lane, 442, 154 mile an hour for Smith. Carriage O'Brink. Another one of those bullseye cars over on the right side of the racetrack. We had Frank Brink, now we got Carriage O'Brink. Left lane. Our Ohio winner, Troy Williams. Frank was 16 up front, 469, 147 mile an hour. Left lane for Williams was 22 on the let go, 478, 143 miles an hour. Next pair through, Michael Savoya and right lane Kirby McLennan. Savoya, 002 negative light for McLennan. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod. Hot Rod. Hot Rod. Hot Rod. Round number one. Hot Rod round number one to the lanes, please. Hot Rod round number one to the lanes, please. Previous world champion Tom Martino picking up the pace. He was 4.0 something yesterday. Goes 396. That was the car in the right lane, that Lucas Dragster. Left lane was Chad Axford. 003, 446, 156 mile an hour for Axford. He's absolutely, both of those cars will absolutely be in the goings today for winning multiple rounds. Tisha Wilson. There's one of those turbo setups with Patrick Barnhill turning the screws. $385 on the dial board. That car is a rocket. It said 385 on the dial board. Guess what it went? 385. And 003 up front. They are getting these dragsters tuned to perfection. You want to see the quad turbo setup? There it is. Alan O'Brien, also your winner in Top Dragster last night. You got to see this thing up close. There are two turbos on every, there's a turbo on every two cylinders. Two turbos hanging off of this side, two turbos hanging off the other side. And Bracket racing it in the threes. 381 is what it says on the board. Let's see how close it is right out of the box this morning. I bet, by golly, I bet it's right on it. Howard Michael, right side of the racetrack, Newport, Michigan. Still a nitrous bottle hanging off of the back of that one. 2007 Diamond Dragster out of Newport, Michigan. .383, 195 mile an hour for O'Brien. He was red on the let go. Michael was 16 on the tree. 455, 151 miles an hour. And that wraps up Top Dragster qualifying. And we've already got our first class for first round of eliminations. Sitting in the lanes. Hot Rod, Hot Rod, Hot Rod. We need you to the lanes. Hot Rod to the lanes. Stock, that means you're on standby. Stock, that does mean you are on standby. Hot Rod, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Stock to the back of the lanes for pairing. Stock to the back of the lanes for pairing. Stock to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. As we are just getting ready to fire up first round of eliminations for a Hot Rod category. Hot Rod is a 5/10 Pro Tree. It is a 10.90 index. It's door cars only. They will leave at the same time. They're all on a 1090 number. Some run a throttle stop, some do not. It is certainly legal, and you can do it. So some of them you'll see, they leave, and then they fall over, and then they go again. Some leave, and they go straight on through, and that other guy's going to try to catch them down at the big end. But the basic premise is the first one to the other end without going under 10.90 seconds. Got my qualifying sheets in on stock and super stock. Earl Rowe, your number one qualifier in super stock. Scott Killinger, your number one qualifier in stock. Now I've got Top Sportsman, Top Dragster in front of me. Your number one qualifier in Top Sportsman, Jimmy Fallon. The blown 68 Camaro. Number one qualifier in Top Dragster, Alan O'Brien, for the second day in a row with 383 to be number one on the sheet in Top Dragster. right into it, and this is first round of eliminations. 2 cars go down the track. 1 puts it in the trailer. 1 gets to stick around here and watch the rest of the night and race again tomorrow. Oh my goodness, look at the first round matchup here in Hot Rod. Wow, what a matchup here, the very first pair out. Scotty Reinshield and Mike Ruzicka. Ruzicka went to the semifinals, both races in Columbus. Reinshield went to the finals, both days in Ohio. These guys are 2 of the best out there, and they're meeting up right here in the first round. I'm sure that's not exactly what either one of them would have liked to seen in the other lane. So the 69 Corvette of Reinshield, the 70 Duster on the left side of Ruzicka. Ruzicka goes 1091, 136 mile an hour. Does not matter at all as he threw it away on the starting line, 29 red. So Scotty Reinshield moving on to round number 2, goes 1087, 135 miles an hour, 29 on the tree. Next pair up, Kevin Sanders, the Boogie Lights Mustang on the right side of the racetrack out of Louisville, Kentucky. Pete Maduri out of Northern New York, the 90 Chevy Cavalier over here on the varsity side of the racetrack. Somebody missed the tree. Maduri was 006. Sanders was not. Yesterday in elimination, Sanders was red. He was not red this time. He was still having breakfast. Maduri, 1094, 133 mile an hour for the win. Bill Edwards in that left lane, made it to the finals last night, going to go to the next round today. Edwards was 006 up front, 1091 for the win. Yannickus was 001 red, just 1 foul too soon. Jordan Odoms and Carl Trader. Trader in his very good-looking 69 Nova here on the left side of the racetrack. Odoms, the 2000 S10 out of Linden, Michigan on the right side. Huge miss on the tree for one of the cars. Trader was 45 up front, goes 1086. Goes 1053 and was way, way late. So the win goes to Trader. Bill Wittenauer, one of my own buddies and racers from Crestwood, Kentucky. The Tigger 89 Mustang. Right lane, Matt Daddis, Vermilion, Ohio, 80 Oldsmobile Starfire. Daddis pulling double duty this weekend, also running super stock. Wittenauer got a lot of 8th mile wins in that car in a 7.0 index, which is real close to this. Wittenauer was pretty good on the tree, 48 up front. Daddis was better. He was 11 on the tree, goes 1189.9, 1,000th, a half a thousandth. Close to the index for Daddis, and Matt Daddis moving on. Wittenauer can put that one in the trailer and hang around for some nice qualifying this afternoon with the pros. Kenny Underwood and Sean Pitts. Underwood won hot rod yesterday. Let's see if he gets to move on to round number 2, but he's got a toughie in the other lane. Literally exactly the same scenario that we had at Ohio. At Ohio, Underwood won the Thursday race and went out in the first round of the second race on a red light. This time, Underwood wins the Thursday race and goes out in the first round of the weekend race on a red light by perfect. He's 0-0-0-4 red. Pitts was 0-0-4. He was not going to be beat, that's for sure. Goes 10.92, 0-0-4 up front. Mitchell Hinton and Frank Jenkins. Jenkins on the left side, 63 Pontiac Le Mans. Mitchell Hinton in that second generation Camaro out of Brownstown, Michigan, the 77 Camaro. Pretty tight on the starting line. Hinton was better up front. He was 18, so he had 20 to play with. Frank Jenkins was 38 on the reaction time. It goes closer to the index. And let me tell you, the margin of victory for Frank Jenkins was 0-0-2. He goes 10.92-0 to Hinton's 10.94-2. Margin of victory, 2 thousandths. Boy, Harold Thompson on his birthday decided to leave some marks on the green part, moved towards the center line. He does not get a birthday present. It's Thompson's birthday today, and Dwayne Deliski said, "Here, have this for your birthday. I'm going to go 0-0-2. So Deliski takes out Thompson in round number 1. That was not very nice for a birthday present for Thompson. Alex Miller and Rudy Matthews. Matthews on the left side, 69 Camaro. Right side, Alex Miller, the 80 Monza out of Mansfield, Ohio. Matthews 18 up front, Miller 27 up front, but Miller goes dead on with a 9. Takes the stripe by 10 thousandths of a second, and Alex Miller moving on to round number 2. Rudy Matthews was 18 on the starting line with 10.92.9, and just not quite enough by 10 thousandths of a second. Jim Unum and Gage Birch. Birch going to be in a rent-a-ride. Little man inside wanted out yesterday for the engine in the Ranger. So he swapped up, and he is in this Camaro on the left side of the racetrack. Right side, the Beretta of Jim Unum out of Anna, Ohio. Ouch, that's a toughie for Jim Unum. He's 0-0-3 red. Gage Birch was 0-0-7 up front, 10.89. He was probably not going to leave much room for Unum. But Unum throws it away by 3 thou on the starting line. Phil Smida and Brian Horton. Horton in the G-body over here on the left side of the racetrack. Smythe, the 88 Cavalier, on the right side. There, Smythe was 10 on the reaction time, goes 10.91. Horton was 002 on the starting line, goes 10.89 with a 6. Goes 3 thousandths under the index and hands that win light over to Phil Smythe. Corey Hansen and Robbie Ballard. Ballard in the Mustang, Hansen in the Chevy 2 wagon. To Ballard, the 7 went to Hansen. Played a game of chicken at the finish line. Ballard goes 10.98. Hansen goes 11.01. That was tight at the big end too. They were almost identical on the starting line and nearly identical at the finish line. Good race there for Robbie Ballard. Stalkers, you should be in the lane. We need Quick Rod. Quick Rod to the lanes. Quick Rod, round number 1. right, we are in stock category. Harold Thompson Jr. and Mike Lowers go down the racetrack. 11:27 the dial for Hours. 10:50 for Thompson, and Thompson gets the win in the 69 Camaro. Next, pairs in the water box, Jim Cakel. And all right, thumbs up. Hey, we're already up to over 1,500. Up over 1,500 watching on YouTube. Everybody tell your friends, let's get 4,000 or 5,000 watching on YouTube by the end of the weekend or more. Vance Cummins, Jim Cakel. Cummins in the rod shop, Dodge on the right side, dial 12 flat. Hey, it doesn't matter what the dial in is, it is heads up. 2E stock automatics racing right here in the first round. So it is who gets to the finish line first. Cummins with a little bit of a head start on the reaction time, but they are literally heads up. Cakel is ahead at half track. Cakel gets there first. Goes 10.92. Cummins goes 11.26. First heads up in super stock I've seen. Or stock, not super stock. What are we wrong? Pat Downing, right side of the racetrack, Aaron Allison. Factory stock Jay Carr, the Cobra Jet on the right side, Aaron Allison. The 85 Camaro. Over here on the left side of the racetrack, down 10.90. Wind light shines for Allison. He was 49 on the tree, goes 10.93. Takes the stripe by 23 thousandths of a second. Bobby Lundum and Nathan Riley. Riley in the Firebird on the right side of the racetrack. Lundum over here in the 68 Nova. Somebody was 002 up front. That racer was Nathan Riley, who also takes the win. London was 60 on the tree. Riley was 2. So Riley goes 10.88 for the W. Whole shot win there for Riley. Bruce Boyle and Mike Sheehan. Sheehan the left side in the Mustang. Riley. Bruce Boyle, right side of the racetrack, 89 IHRA Z1152, the dial in for Boyle. 12.03, half a second head start there for Sheehan, and Boyle will see if he can run him down. Wind light shines for Sheehan. He was 001 on the tree, goes 12.10. Boyle was 16 on the tree. Good pass there for Boyle too. But Sheehan gets to the finish line 10 thousandths ahead of Boyle. 1/100th of a second finish line. Your winner from yesterday, Steve Zorney in the K stock automatic in the Dakota. 11.94 the dial on the left side. Boaster out of Pataskala, Ohio. 80 Calais. Boaster was red on the tree. 1195 1194 for Zorni, continuing his winning ways. Your number one qualifier, Scott Killinger on the right side of the racetrack, and Steve Tukolsky. Stevie T, the 1966 Chevy 2. Super clean looking car there on the left side of the racetrack. The 22 Camaro. Over there on the right side, the F stock, factory stock car. The D stocker of Tukolsky over here on the left side. Killinger was 32 on the tree, gets the win, goes 10:08 on his 10:05 dial-in. Tukolsky was 31 on the tree. They were within 1,000th of each other on reaction time. But the win goes over to Tukolsky. Quick Rod, you should be in the lanes. Quick Rod, you should be in the lanes. Scott Bartlett and Denny Hillman. Hillman, that high winding 67 drop top Camaro on the right side of the racetrack. Listen to it when he bats it. Left lane 79 Delta 88 of Scott Bartlett out of Lambertville, Michigan. Hillman grabbing gears, and Hillman with the win. 47 on the tree, goes 1165 on his 1164. Bartlett was 31. He was a little better up front, but does not quite get there on the number. Goes 1207 on his 1197. And Denny Hillman takes his little Camaro on to round number 2. Brent Derrick and Roy Dean. Dean got this cool 70s vintage paint job there. 60s, 70s. All kinds of colors, airbrush work, lots of neat stuff. 1432 for Dean in the Belvedere. Derrick in the wheel stander on the right side out of Hookstown, PA. Way to hold on for Derrick. You got to sit there a long time while you watch that Dean machine drive away. But Derrick actually, with the better reaction time of the two, goes 10:54.9. On the 10:46, he was 60 up front. Got there 24 thousandths ahead of Roy Dean. Best I can tell, that wraps up Stockers. Quick Rod, you should be in the lane. Super Stock, you're on standby. Quick Rod, you should be in the lane. Super Stock, you're on standby. Rolling into our quick rod category. And I'm going to go ahead and say it out loud. Nobody told me, but super stock to the back of the lanes for bearing. Super stock to the back of the lanes for bearing, please. Super stock to the back of the lanes for pairings. We're moving into quick rod, and we have got Troy Williams and Steve Taylor. Williams has had a lot of success at Ohio and a lot of success already here. That's the Overkill Motorsports machine on the left side of the racetrack. Right side, Steve Taylor out of Cashington, Ohio. Goes 8.94 with a 6. 005 up front. Williams, I don't know if he just wasn't getting there and dumped it to see if possibly Taylor would break out, but he went 9.06 on his 8.90 and not enough to get there. Kendra Reinshield, right side of the racetrack, 20, Elrod. Couple of big names in this category. Right here getting first round of each other. Elrod, 2019 American Dragster. Right side, Reinshield. Reinshield, the 2007 American Dragster. Super stock, we need you. Super stock, we need you. Super stock, we need you. Kendra Reinshield takes out Tony Elrod. Reinshield was 40 on the bolt. Elrod was actually 15, but Elrod gave it back at the big end. Reinshield got to the stripe 1,000th ahead of Elrod. If that ain't tight racing, I don't know what is. Bill Jackson and Pat DeMottis, left side 05 M&M Dragster. Jackson, right side 2006 Advanced Dragster, the Snatcher. Win light flashes for DeMottis. Jackson takes too much stripe. Jackson was 007 up front. DeMottis followed behind with a 22 reaction time. But Jackson goes out, takes a dragster length at the finish line. DeMottis goes 8.92 for the win. Jamie Elrod, Bob Pros. Another couple of killers right here facing off in round number one. Elrod, Lima, Ohio, 06 American on the right side of the racetrack with the ATM Innovations decal. Left side, Bob Pros. Pros out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Elrod with a slight starting line advantage, was 28. Elrod was 28 on the tree. Pros was 30 on the tree. Elrod goes 8.93.0. Pros goes 8.93.4 for margin of victory of 5 thousandths of a second for Elrod. Rock Haas and Leo Zinda. Super stock, super stock, super stock. We need you, please. Super stock. was dead zero for the loss. That's hurtful. Zinda was 004 up front, went dead on with a 9 for the win. That next pair that just went down was Steve Fields and Tyler Schneider. Fields went 883 and on the double breakout. Schneider was a little behind on the starting line, but does a better job at the big end and goes 886 with a 9. Tisha Wilson, Salisbury, North Carolina, and Tony Collier. They're going to leave together, and we're going to see if Tisha can get them down at the big end. Tony Collier was 13 on the tree. Wilson gets him on the starting line, but does not at the finish line on the double breakout by 1/1000th of a second. Wilson goes 009, 889 with an 8. Collier goes 13 up front, 889 with a 9. So Collier was 4/10,000ths under the dial-in. Wilson was 20/10,000ths of a second. That's an eyelash difference. Pat Martin and Chris Fields. Fields on the left side of the racetrack. Right side for Martin out of London, Ohio. 2008 American on the right side, 1997 Classic. Advanced Dragster over here on the left side for Fields. Support on the starting line. Martin was 20 up front. Fields was 14 up front. Fields lights the flashing blue bulb down there on the end. The win light goes to Chris Fields. Goes 891, 159 miles an hour. Martin comes by at 185, but just does not quite get there. And Chris Fields moves on to round number 2. I got Super Stock moving up in the lanes, and that wraps up Quick Rod. Super Rod, you're on standby. Super Rod, you are on standby. Quick. Super Stock is rolling forward. Super Stock coming to you next. And then we go to Quick Rod. Little grooming of the track with the rotators here before we go into our Super Stock Eliminator. Brandon Mass on the Dragster there running the rotator. If you're in the stands and you've never seen that before, that tractor has got custom built machinery on the back of it there with 4 racing slicks on it with a drive that makes those slicks, they're mounted on wheels and tires, they are aired up, and they turn backwards. So you hear it going down the track and it's going, that's the tires turning backwards against the track. They push down on it with the tractor, rotate the tires backwards, And I like to just say it smooths out. It evens out when somebody has rattled the tires, made some waffle-looking marks out there, get a little grease, a little grime. Glue gets all in one place and nowhere else. It drags it all out. It smooths it out. It evens it out. It does put a little rubber onto the racetrack at the same time. But it's an invaluable piece of machinery here to make sure that as we go through the track and go through the run orders, they keep this track in great shape so that everybody has an awesome racing surface to race on. Super stock rolling into the box, and the first pair out, Randy running and Aaron Russell. Russell now 10:03 on the left side of the racetrack, the 96 Camaro SS. E-automatic car, Randy running. factory GT car, the IHRA 939. Super Rod, we need you to the lanes for pairing. Super Rod to the lanes for pairing, please. Both of them real good up front. Running goes dead on with a 7 on his dial in. Goes 939, 7 on the 939. Russell grabbed 300s at the stripe and needed about 2. Richard Mason, Daryl Charavino. Only about 8,000 separate him on the starting line. Win, light, shines for Mace. That one's a double breakout. If you're here and you don't know what the heck I'm talking about, a double breakout is when they go under their allotted time. So Mace was supposed to go 11:05 and no quicker. He went 11:04. Left lane Charavino was supposed to go 10:18 or slower, and he went 10:16. Next pair up, Mark Nowicki. Joe Buchanan heads down in his 6-cylinder Mustang and he goes under. Another double breakout. Buchanan with a slight starting line advantage, but goes 10:35.4, goes 15 thousandths under the dial in. Nowicki only goes 4 thousandths under, so Mark Nowicki moving on to round number 2. George Wright and Earl Rowe, your number 1 qualifier here on the left side of the racetrack with Rowe. Dial in 10:15. And George Wright absolutely gets away with one. His reaction time started with a 1. It's not very good. But Rowe was 002 red. So Wright absolutely gets away with a freebie right there. Jaden Deach on the right side. The Deach trailer sales 04 Cobra Jet over there on the right side goes away. Here comes A.H. Edkins. Edkins about 200ths behind on the starting line. Can he get around Deach? And he does. Atkins goes 9:10 on the 907 Deach. 10:25 on his 10:18 dial in. And Atkins in the AMX moving on. Randy Eakins, Chris Ruzicka. Ruzicka left side. Cobra Jet. Right side Eakins. Cobra Jet. That's a Super Stock B car and a Super Stock I car. Even on the starting line, a 14 to an 18, the 18 wins on a big-time double breakout. Ruzicka goes 9:11 on the 914. Eakins went 992 on the 996, so win light shines for Chris Ruzicka. Zach Running and Aaron Allison. Allison, Cavalier on the left side of the racetrack. Running, Cutlass Calais on the right side of the racetrack. 908 for the B car on the left side. Factory GT E car of Running on the right side. 946. Dial in for Running. Running goes dead on with a 6 for the loss. Allison was 20 on the tree. takes the finish line by 0.03 of a second. Ricochet Rick Rogers. Left lane out of Dearborn, Michigan, 2014 Cobra Jet. 92 Achieva on the right side of Chris Lozon. Both away clean. Wind light shines for Lozon. He was 25 up front. Rogers was 59 on the tree. So Lozon moves on to round number 2 in the Achieva. Next pair on the line, Jimmy Ronzello, the yellow varsity Lincoln Cobra Jet on the right side. Left side, John Fretch, 83Z28 out of Cortland, Ohio. 1079 for Fretch, 933 for Ronzello. Wind light shines for Ronzello, goes 938. Fretch was a 1079 dial, goes 1076, dips under, takes the finish line and shouldn't have. So Jimmy Ronzello moving on to round number 2, Matt Daddis. Right lane, the Sunfire. Left lane, Rodney Worrell. 2016 factory Superstock B car with the 2016 Cobra Jet. Dialing at 930. Oh, that's not good. Not good. The Daddis machine appears to have had catastrophic failure. So Matt Daddis, catastrophic failure, we like to say. We don't like to say. That's never a good thing to say. I'm going to say that's his second motor for the weekend in 2 different cars. So looks like there's a good chance we're going to have a little break here, because something come out from under that Daddis machine. Going to have to just see how bad it is. Rodney Worrell gets the win there. Worrell was out front. Worrell goes out the back, goes 990. Saw Daddis wasn't there and clicked it off. But Matt Daddis, tough break there. He was a Superstock winner at the last event in Columbus, Ohio. So not going to be repeating there today with the Sunfire machine. Super Rod, you should be in the lanes. If you're not, you're late. And Top Sportsman, you are on standby. Super Rod, you should be all in the lanes. Top Sportsman, you're on standby. So the crew escorts the Sunfire of Datus off the end of the racetrack. But now we got to see what the condition of the surface is and make sure that's good to go. It looks like we got room for you, and it looks like the surface, we got lucky. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. John Nikaporchik. I've been working on that one. That's the super stock car on the left side of the racetrack, the Camaro. I got the two hardest names on the property side by side. Matt Obertanik and John Nikaporchik. How do you get them both at the same time? I've had people schooling me online in the pits and everything else trying to get those names right. I think I got them. The only thing that would make it better is if they're Pataskala. Nekaporchik, Gross, Michigan, left lane Camaro. Obertanik, Cobrajet, right lane out of Tarentum, PA. 916 the dial in for Obertanik. 953 the dial in for Nekaporchik. Obertanik moves on another double breakout. He was under by 11th thou. Nekaporchik was under by 15th thou. Mike Fuller and Larry Eagle will go down the racetrack. Fuller was early, Eagle was dead late, but Fuller was 23 red. So Larry Eagle moving on to round number 2. That was Gage Birch and Mike Coughlin. Sorry I missed a pair or two there. Again, just getting ready for our opening ceremonies and going into our pro qualifying, and we got to be right on time on that. We got quite the treat as we have parachute jumpers coming in that are going to be flying in with the flags today during the anthem. So we kind of got to know what time to tell them to jump. It's not yet. Don't look up. I see you looking up. It's not yet. Opening ceremonies are going to start at 2:30 on the dot. I should have top sportsmen in the lanes. Top sportsmen, we need you to the lanes, please. Top sportsmen to the lanes, please. That was Paul Richardson and Dave Fields. Fields went 991 on the 990 dial. We are in Super Rod. This is a 990 index. Door cars and left-hand steer roadsters. Throttle stops. Engage. 990 index. So Rock Haas on the double breakout gets the win there in the 2004 Corvette. Steve Theodore on the right side, 63 Corvette, left lane. Oldsmobile Cutlass of Ron Lower, but he's 11,000 shred. And you already see that wind light shining for the Corvette in the right lane. Goes down in the Mini Cooper and gets the win. Adkins, 985 on the 990. Sickish was further under. Sickish was behind on the starting line. Adkins was 27 up front, goes 985 for the W. Bob Prose and Jeff Smith. Prose on the right side of the racetrack, the 2020 Corvette Race Tech. It's not a Corvette, it's a Camaro. Left lane, Jeff Smith, 90 Buick. Bob Prose was 50 on the tree, had to be perfect at the big end, and he was. Goes dead on with the 4. Jeff Smith was 19 on the tree, had plenty of room to work with, but took too much. The finish line goes under by just 5 thousandths of a second. Sure appreciate all of y'all tuning in online. We're going to be close to 2,000 people on the feed here shortly. Pat Martin and Mark Harmon go down the racetrack. Martin with a starting line advantage was 12 up front, goes closer to the number. He's just 5 thousandths under the dial in. Mark Harmon was 26 up front, so, I don't know, 14 behind on the starting line. But goes further under the dial, 38 thou under. Attention in the pits as Steve Fields stages, and away he goes with a 002 red. I need Top Dragster. Top Dragster. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster to the lanes. Way I figure we got 30. We got about 42 minutes. 52 minutes, something like that. I can't tell time. Till we start opening ceremonies. 2:30 on the nose. We will be ready to go with our national anthem. TV coverage will flip over. So if you're watching online, I believe you're going to go to see coverage from the TV crew. Race fans, this broadcast will conclude at 2:20 Eastern when it does switch over to Pro Mod Top Fuel Show at 2:30. There you go. They show you how to do it online. I got a bunch of people watching online. You'll just flip over to the next feed. They basically cut it off and restart a fresh one. There'll be TV coverage there as well with people that are better looking than me. They say I have a face for radio. That did wrap up Super Rod, and we have Top Sportsman paired up. Fantastic field of Top Sportsman and Top Dragster this weekend. Thank you all for coming out. We had 32 in Top Sportsman yesterday. Several of them were the Pro Mod guys getting their hits in. But that kind of made it pretty exciting. We had some cars running in Top Sportsman yesterday going 202, 203 mile an hour. All right, going into Top Sportsman, and the pace is picking up. Gerald Jones and Alex Miller going to be your first pair up in Top Sportsman. Classic pro stock looking cars here. The Haas Cutlass on the left side of Miller. RJ Race Cars Pontiac Grand Am on the right side for Jones. 452 the dial in for Jones. 496 for Miller. Going to leave a half a second ahead. If you're here in the stands and you've never seen Top Sportsman, they're just going to go 8th mile. So the first double pair of blocks is the finish line. They will be a little staggered on the start. So the left lane going to leave a half a second before the right lane leaves. So he didn't miss. He just has both feet that way. Gerald Jones was 18 on the tree, goes 459, 154 miles an hour. Alex Miller was 495. He went under. He was Actually, ahead on the starting line, but just a hair and took too much stripe. Gerald Jones moves on to round number 2. Lester Johnson, the right side of the racetrack out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. Left lane, Brian Richardson with the Grand Am. Thousandths margin of victory for Brian Richardson. Goes 483.7 on his 481, and he was 27 on the tree. Lester Johnson was 39 on the tree. Closer to his dial-in, but gave up just enough on the tree for Richardson to get there first by 0.005 of a second. Dennis Klein and Pat DeBottis. Klein in the Beretta dialed 440. DeBottis over here in the pro stock Dakota. Out of Howell, Michigan, dialed 486. Even on the starting line, who's going to be at the big end? It is DeBottis. DeBottis was 18 on the tree, goes 490. Klein was 22 on the tree, goes 438.8. That's the quickest pass I've seen, and not at the right time for Klein. Mike Badia and Mike Savoia. Savoia in that beautiful Dodge Dart, but the crew is pushing it, and they're mopping it up, and it's dripping. So they're going to shove the Savoia machine off of the racetrack. It's got a drip coming all the way up from the burnout box. Not anything bad, but certainly not going to let it go down the racetrack that way. So Mike Badia gets to go to round number 2 for free, as a tiny trail of liquid came out from the Savoia machine all the way up. So Mike Badia going to be on a 436 dial in for that 96 Cutlass. Gets a freebie to the next round as Savoia has problems. He had it dialed 436, it goes 437. So Badia moving on to round number 2. I do want to say one more time, Top Dragster. If you're not in the lanes, I should have Top Dragster, Top Dragster, Top Dragster.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover the Strongpool drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Who at the
tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat, on the leader's rear bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for detailed viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
While it's slightly quiet, I say slightly because the rotator makes some squealing noise there. But check out the IHRA merchandise area over on the pit side of the racetrack. They have some vintage IHRA paraphernalia in one side of that. That's at a greatly reduced price. I think we'd like that trailer, that area to be emptied out by the end of the weekend so that we can 100% be on the new stuff. Now, the other side is the brand new material, the brand new merchandise. IHRA apparel, Darana Outlaw Nitro Series apparel with the whole series on it. It's cool stuff. I've got one of those t-shirts. I got a brand new beautiful IHRA hat from over there. So check that out. There's also vendors. There's food vendors like Brian's Burgers. I think there's another vendor behind me with some hibachi stuff. Right here behind the left side tower. Of course, you have the track vending area as well as far as food, so there's no reason to be hungry or thirsty. Plenty of options here on the grounds, and really good ones at that. Just because there's a little cloud cover, keep an eye out, keep yourself hydrated. The sun can still cook you even when there's a little cloud cover, so take care of yourself, take care of your neighbors. We're just about 28 minutes away from opening ceremonies. So we got a little bit of top Sportsman to finish up, top Dragster to finish up, and then it's going to be right on time to do our opening ceremonies. And then you know what time it is after that? It's go time. Last night's runner-up in the left lane, that's James Hayes, the 58 Corvette. Out of Troy, Ohio, dialing at 465. Right side, Bill Yates, the 1968 Pro Fab Camaro, dialing at 436. Hayes, killer all day yesterday, dead on. He was red in the finals. He was red on his time shot this morning. If he's red this time, I'm going to personally go over and whack him upside the head. He is an absolute killer racer, but Bill Yates, that beautiful Pro Fab Camaro on the other side, had problems yesterday afternoon with a transmission. They've got that thing fixed up and put it right on the number this morning. So good matchup here in Top Sportsman. All right, so both cars ease forward into the pre-stage beams. Hayes was not red this time. He was 002 green 466. 6,000ths margin of victory, and James Hayes moves on to round number 2, going nearly perfect on the starting line. Bill Yates was 24 on the reaction time. Went 435 with a 5 on his 436. There wasn't room there as Hayes had him locked out from the hit. Aaron Glasser and Gary Wojnowski. Wojnowski out of Medding, Ohio. 09 Cobalt, right side. 68 Firebird out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky for Glasser. Aaron Glasser in that Firebird tears the tree down. He's 006 on, or 009 on the reaction time, goes 476. Wojnowski was 54 up front, no room right there. Glasser had him locked out from the get-go, 009 up front, and Aaron Glasser moves on to the next round. Ken Langloy in the right lane, Jerry Albert over on the left side of the racetrack. So Langlois dialing 452 over there on the right side of the racetrack, and that Jake's machine of Jerry Albert. 97 Camaro going to be dialed 430. Ken Langlois leaves out first and is 11th out. We're going to see if Jerry Albert can get him down to the finish line, but he cannot. He goes 429 under the dial, 2 thousandths under his dial in, and Langlois. Moving on to the next round. Top dragster. Let's get him suited up. Killer Brooks. Right lane, the 92. Z24. Left lane, Ronnie Proctor. 421 the dial for that S197 body style Mustang out of Hedgeville, West Virginia. Brooks going to leave first, and then Proctor's going to see if he can get him down at the big end. Brooks was 005 on the tree. Proctor was not. So Brooks goes 451.6 on the 450 dial. 005 up front. Proctor was 45. Nowhere to go. Yesterday's top sportsman winner, Jacob Elrod on the left side of the racetrack, and David Mullins. Mullins and then Haas Lumina on the right side. One of only 6 cars that the Elrods have here racing this weekend. Has found the tree. It's 005 on his time shot, 006 right there. March to victory, 3 thousandths. But the only way Mullins got that close was going under. So Jacob Elrod moving on again to round number 2. Your number 1 qualifier. Jimmy Fallon with the single. Number 1 qualifier, odd number field, and Jimmy Fallon gets to move on to the next round. So just gets him basically another time shot. All right, the Axeman, Chad Axford on the right side of the racetrack, Dickie Smith. Smith, the pro charge, Dragster over here on the left side, goes 4-01. And Smith, 005 up front, 401 out the back. So he is 5,000 total there to go 171 mile an hour to take out Chad Axford here in round number 1. Tom Martino, previous world champion over in the PDRA and Top Dragster. Out of Youngstown, Ohio, 2023 Maddox Dragster. Left side, Chris Ruzicka. Traditional top-blown dragster on the left side out of Westerville, Ohio. 434 the dial for Ruzicka and Martino. We'll see if he can get him down at the big end. Going 396, got to come around on the big end. So Martino over in the Lucas Oil Dragster on the right side of the racetrack. Got a blow-through setup on that. And, you know, at some point I might even give you a little lessons on what that means. Martino was just plain old late. He was 92 on the light. Ryan, get the old man up on the wheel next time. Ruzicka was 34 on the tree, goes 435 for the win. Martino pretty well locked out on that reaction time. Ricky Molnar and Dan Davies. Davies on the left side with the side slinger setup. Right side, that is Ricky Molnar. Molnar dialing 453, the 2016 Albert, an American race car. Dan Davies, that beautifully painted up 23 Diamond race car, dialing at 405. Davies was 004 on the tree. Goes 406 on his 405. Molnar was 51 up front. No room, goes dead 7 and still can't get there. So Dan Davies moving on to the next round. Next pair finished the burnout. Backing him up, Tim Kish, the one altered in the field. That's a 32 Bantam over here with the rootstock blower on top. Right side, Kirby McLennan. Out of Temperance, Michigan, dialing at 424. Watch out for Kish. He's probably going to be 002 on the light. He is a killer. Never let the announcer say something good about you because it's going to turn it bad. I said he's going to be 002 and instead he's red. My fault, Tim Kish. I shouldn't have said anything. McLennan was red as well, but did it second and was not quite as bad on it. So Tim Kish, sorry. I called the shot there, and that was not, that's what you're not supposed to do. You know, the announcer talks good about you and something bad happens. Tisha Wilson, the turboed Greenbrier Excavating and Paving Dragster on the right side of the racetrack. Dialing at 385, the second quickest car in the field. Rick Schneider over here on the left side with the blower on top of the Chevrolet Diamond Dragster out of Westland, Michigan. Away clean and green. Schneider with a little starting line advantage, but Wilson goes dead on with an 8 at 180 mile an hour. Was 20 on the tree, 385. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second. Madeline, how far do you think a car goes in 2,000ths of a second? 2,000ths of a second, not 2 seconds, 2,000ths. That's how close the finish line was down there. That means they were about 3 inches apart at the finish line. Crazy packages here. Chris Snyder, Tony Elrod. Another one of those Elrod machines dialing it. 394 with the supercharger hanging off the front of the crankshaft. Chris Schneider over on the right side with the blower up on top. 435 for Schneider, 394 for Elrod. Tony was 11 up front. Certainly good enough on the starting line. But Schneider goes dead on with a 2. Goes 435. Margin of victory. No, not 2,000ths of a second. 4 10,000ths of a second. That's right. 0.0004 was the margin of victory for Chris Schneider. The Brodix-headed machine here on the left side, Bullseye of Firearms, machine of Kara Jo Brink. Got Kevin O'Brien. O'Brien on the right side, the 2025 Race Tech with Wilkins Power. 428 the dial in for O'Brien, 469 for Brink. Brink knocks it red by 18 thou. O'Brien 39 up front, goes 430 for the W. Next pair backing up after the burnout, Frank Brink and Chris Stein. Stein on the right side out of Silver Lake, Indiana. Going to be dialed 4-0 the left side of that machine. Brink going the old school way, naturally aspirated. 453 the dial in for the left side of the racetrack. Frank Brink moving on. Goes 008, dead 9. That's a good pass for that Brink machine. Stein was also dead on with a 4, but could not get there, 21 up front. Savoya's 2000s red. Troy Williams moving on to the next round, taking his shot to see if he can get another one of those Ironmen and haul them back down to Bradenton, Florida. Next pair, Patrick Forrester in the right side, and Jeff Smith Jr. over here on the left side of the racetrack. 442 to a 398 for another one of those Elrod race machines. This one piloted by Patrick Forrester. Smith with the starting line advantage and does make it work. Forrester was dead on with an 8, but 32 on the starting line. Smith was 11 up front. So by 11 thousandths of a second, Jeff Smith. Moving on to the next round and your number 1 qualifier. With that wild quad turbo setup. Folks, remember, your general admission ticket this weekend is full access. You don't have to pay extra to go in the pits. I would encourage it. When you have a few minutes, you want to get up and stretch your legs, walk around. You are going to be blown away at the craftsmanship and workmanship on so many of these race cars. So take a few minutes, walk around the pits. It's included. So just so you know what happened there, Alan O'Brien was the number 1 qualifier. All he has to do for the rules is go up there, stage the car, and roll it down the racetrack or break the beams under its own power. So to save on his equipment, he sets the beams up and then he rolls down. Doesn't want to waste fuel, tires, all that kind of fun stuff. So taking it easy on the equipment. If you're sitting there in the stands, you're going, what are those guys doing? What are they doing? They have this meter out there that they put down on the racetrack. They put it in the groove where the tires are. They stand on it, and they twist a handle there, and it gives them a reading of how sticky the track is. So that's what they're doing. They're going to be preparing as they go into our pro qualifying here. After opening ceremonies, it looks like we're going to push that to 3 o'clock for opening ceremonies.